And our email system has this, like, we don't use that.
We're being asked
No.
we're being asked to do the section 11.
Only 600 slots.
Any email that you're it mines the addresses. It's in the CC. So, Don Mark. I usually do this because they are pops in.
Yeah.
So we got mad.
We all I started answering. And I got to tell you,
That was close.
I just thought about saying it ought to be property maintenance. Well, I thought that way when she first brought it up, which was months ago.
I counted them up today. I had 27 emails since the last meeting in reference to this parking issue.
Right.
We're special.
This person or that person.
I gave you a bang bang. I gave you the bang bang. Wow.
Shit. Can I get on tables?
I've never done that. I've always wanted to.
Angry chairman.
And then we start with Pledge of Allegiance and go from there. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, folks. Let's do a roll call. Mr. Spearman? Here. Ms. Strackhouse?
Excused.
Excused. Okay, Mr. Carter is excused. Mr. Weigel? Here. Mr. Russell? Sorry, Mr. Cooper? Here. Ms. Gauthier? Mr. Rosen?
Was also excused.
Okay, and I am here. The Planning Commission of the Township of Abington is an advisory board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. The action of the Planning Commission on any agenda item doesn't reflect the final decision. The Board of Commissioners must render the final action on all agenda items. Tonight's agenda item is the review of another section of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance revisions, commonly referred to as the draft. The sections we're going to review tonight are going to be the CS Community Service, MS Main Street, BS Business Center, SI Suburban Industrial Districts, and RC Recreation Conservation. We have also scheduled the next presentation of the draft ordinance for the Monday, the 26th, with a scheduled start of 7 p.m., which will be here as well. Mr. Klein, what do you have to entertain us with this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Marquardt. Good evening. Appreciate you taking the time for the second meeting. Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
We're going to continue our review of the draft zoning ordinance that we call Draft 2, dated November 2014. Our agenda tonight, whereas it's only 6 items, there are a couple items here that will take some time to go through. I'll go through a recap. We'll discuss the changes to the CS district, Community Service District. We'll talk about, we'll talk about the Main Street District, which are small commercial properties. Then we'll move on to our Business Center District, which are large commercial properties. Move into our Suburban Industrial, and we'll briefly touch on the Recreation and Conservation District, which has very few, if not any, changes. Quick recap, we met on December 4th. Excuse me. On December 4th, we discussed the Planning Commission's role in the review process, the overview of the zoning map changes, which we will go into a little further detail as they relate to the commercial districts. We reviewed definitions, use regulations. We talked about the residential district changes, R1 through R4, and then we also touched upon the minor changes that were done to the apartment office district, the AO district. After tonight, as Chairman Markwood had mentioned, our next meeting and our last scheduled meeting, depending on how we work out with the agenda, we may be looking for another meeting, but that'll be yet to be determined. Our next meeting is going to be Monday, January 26th, and that'll also be at 7 o'clock in this room. So we're going to move on to the Community Service District. The Community Service District is most of our schools and municipal buildings, and we'll go through some of those changes. And I'm going to give you a brief understanding of how we did the presentation tonight. Anything as far as uses that are shown here that are in black are uses that are currently existing and are remaining unchanged. They are going to remain as permitted uses, special exceptions, conditional use, depending on what the title is. But anything in black, anything that is in red designates a change. And anything that's in red, and unfortunately you don't see it here, but anything that's in red that is struck out or has lines through it means that it's a change, but that change is that use has been removed or relocated to either a special exception, conditional use, sometimes an accessory use. So with that in mind, in the Community Service District, we have our permitted uses. E1 cemetery remains unchanged. We moved the community center use regulation, E2, from the accessory uses into the permitted uses. The reason the place of worship, Class 2 and Class 3, are put in there, as we described in our use regulation presentation last time, we split the place of worship out into 3 categories, Class 1, 2, and 3, and you'll see Class 1 in another slide. So that's the reason that's up there. E4 schools, school and college, that's a new use regulation. We added F1, laboratory and testing, and then G5, conservation and recreation. Accessory uses, and this is where you'll pick up some of the other changes. The A2D, A2F, as we said in the use regulations, is where we split out all the telecom and antenna regulations. Instead of it just all being lumped into one, we now have separate categories. And for the accessory uses in the Community Service District, you have the commercial antennas and then roof structure mounted telecom equipment. A3, fence and walls, you'll see that commonly through most of these districts we're going to talk about today. A4, chapel. 5, chickens. A6, clubhouse. A8, commercial vehicles is an existing use remaining. A9, and that should actually be A9A. Well, it should be A9A and A9B. Daycare child and daycare adult as an accessory use. A10, dining facility. And then, as you can go through, the one, as we mentioned in the slide before, E2 community center has been taken out as an accessory use and has been put into as a permitted use. In special exceptions location, we have the A4A daycare adult, A4B daycare child. Which one is it? Is it permitted use or?
Those are
Oh,
permitted
right.
Principal or
Yes. So as you see on the accessory uses, the daycare child and daycare adult can be an accessory use, and the idea there is that it's accessory to like a community center or to a place of worship. And then in the special exception, if it's going to be the primary use, it would be requiring a special exception approval, and that's the daycare adult and daycare child there. We added the emergency service remains, and the F2 medical clinic has been removed. Then we have a series of conditional uses. And for the public that's listening and for Planning Commission members and anybody else, the difference between special exception uses and conditional uses, special exceptions are heard by the Zoning Hearing Board. Conditional uses are heard by the Board of Commissioners for approvals. Conditional uses, we have the A12 Farmers Market, which once again is an accessory use, but would come to the board for a conditional use hearing. E3, Community Service Plan Development, and then in black, the ones that are remaining. We have A13A, Place of Worship, Class 1, and the reason that's primarily in a conditional use is because, remember, the Class 1 is the smallest class of place of worship, and figuring it would be at a smaller location, so we'd want to have more control over parking and things along those lines. That's why that finds itself in a conditional use. G3 Art Gallery, we removed G6 Golf Course, and we maintained the recreation outdoor. I'm going to, Mark, you want to go through the special development regs for community?
We can.
Okay. I'm going to pass this on and let Mark go through the special development regs for community service.
There really isn't a whole lot involved in this. What we looked at was, again, the minimum lot area remains at 5 acres. Lot width, frontage, side yards, there's no changes there. There is an increase for the maximum building height. You're permitted. Mike. Oh, I'm not loud enough. Imagine that. There is a change to the building height. It's been increased to 65 feet. With that, there's a staggered setback depending on how high you go. The building length remains the same. Who has the clicker for the slides?
I do.
There you go. You're into the second round of this. You can see the changes. The maximum impervious coverage has been increased from 30% to 40%. Maximum building coverage has been decreased from 30% down to 25%. Building height has been increased. Again, it's strictly for the hospital use, but there's a staggered setback. And then the building length remains the same. However, the required, and I'm reading through John's head, the required offset has been increased from 5 feet to 10 feet. That brings us to the question portion.
With that, that covers most of the changes in the community service. Mr. Chairman, I'll send it back to you. We can take questions on that, and then we'll move on to the next
I think
agenda item.
let's do that. Do you have any comments or questions on any of the things? Otherwise, we'll lose our train of thought, such as it is.
I have a couple comments, possibly questions. Comment, the CS zoning district isn't being expanded anywhere, it's just being slightly altered by Willow Hill School, correct? Like, we're not proposing any new community service districts. The only change is by Willow Hill School for the upper and TRC, and then the other part to be
Yeah, there's actually two changes. One is the Willow Hill that you're familiar with, that we discussed during our little committee group meetings. And the other one, Kathy, is that section down by SPS, where the parking lot was zoned community service, but yet the actual playing fields were zoned for R4 residential. So now the parking lots will be the commercial zoning, the suburban industrial district Glenside, and the R4 district, which is the parks, will be recreational conservation.
So it's less of a change than it is a actual correction in what the what the property or the spaces are being used for.
right. And I think what's being proposed will make a lot of things.
Microphone, please. Could you use your microphone?
Sure. I think I lost my train of thoughts. Sorry, I'll move on to the next question.
Kathy, pull your mic down a little bit.
I don't, Larry yelled at me for moving it.
Larry's not here.
The parking, okay, the impervious surface increase, is that to accommodate some additional parking for commercial service uses that need on-lot parking? Because I know we were decreasing the size, but slightly increasing the impervious surface.
No, I think the change, if I can answer that, the way the community service district is written up today, you're allowed, I believe it's 70% coverage if you have Old York Road frontage, and it's 38%
That's right.
if you happen to front on any other street in Abington Township. 38% seemed like a rather odd number. So we really looked at increasing it just to 40%.
Okay.
And you'll also notice there's a conscious effort here. We've decreased the building coverage
Right.
and increased the impervious coverage, and I think part of that is because of the parking requirements. So the way to balance that out was not just to increase the impervious coverage to meet the existing potential building coverage, but was to do a little bit of both so that it's more realistic coming, when proposals come into the township, there's less issues with the parking requirements.
Yeah, I was, originally what I was thinking was these regulations probably will be more conforming with the existing uses within these zoning districts. That's what, and that's why I thought maybe this was 30%, because some of them are more existing than the 30%, so that's not too bad. The only other question I had was regarding some of the existing churches, such as in Roslyn, St. John's, if there could be consideration to possibly rezoning that to the CS district. I think I brought that up at a couple other meetings, so just wanted to say that again. Or other church properties type things.
I think we considered that in our conversations. They would become CS pockets throughout the township, and seeing as that most of them are already non-conforming in one way, shape, or form, they would still remain non-conforming even if we were to change them to CS districts, and most of those non-conformities would become dimensional non-conformities. I'm not sure that there was a compelling reason to do such. That's why I think we left them the way they were, and they would operate under the same process that they operate under now. And most of them, and there's still potential with the churches pulling back, or the church population, or the amount of churches that are staying open pulling back. The potential for those properties to be used as something else would still have those same nonconformities. So I think we just decided to leave them as is and deal with them in the nonconformity ways that they come to the township.
St. John's, Kathy, was one we looked at specifically. The problem there is that entire tract of ground is only in 2 parcels, both of which are separately deeded, and one is still in the name of Cardinal Bevilacqua, the other one's in the name of Cardinal Kroll.
That goes way back.
As you're well aware, they haven't been with us in quite some time. The problem with changing the zoning on that is you end up with spot zoning. I have 2 parcels that are standalone that right now are zoned R4. And remember, when the church was developed, they were the old H residential district, which allowed for religious use as a use by right. So I think we discussed St. John's in depth. We also looked at 1 or 2 of the churches in the Glenside area that are right there off of Keswick and Wharton, and it just, we'd get ourselves in trouble.
Yeah, my looking at it specifically for St. John's, it looks like it's about the same size as Briarbush, what Willow Hill School will be down to, Roslyn School, although that's adjacent to the cemetery, and the Roslyn Nursing Home. So, I don't know, it's just a very important piece of recreation open space used by residents in Roslyn, and to see right now it's zoned R2, or R4, I'm sorry, versus community services. So that's why I'm just bringing it up as something maybe to further think about as we move along.
I'll list it, and again, the board can make it part of their recommendation.
I think you probably have it. I think the spot zoning comment was...
No, it's not spot zoning because it's just as big as
Well,
Briarbush.
well, it's not-
the other ones.
if you changed it arbitrarily and took the owner's right to, that they've had up to this point, to use it under the current law, just changed it to...
No, you change
CS.
zoning all the time. It could go from R4 to CS. I mean, if,
I don't think
just
we
like
should-
some of the other ones
you're-
that would rezoning.
if you don't mind.
If there's a precedent.
I don't think there's necessarily a conversation around spot zoning. It really comes down to, I think, whether the churches would have a say in how that those properties get rezoned. I think this is an issue that's worth discussing, and I also think it's going to be an issue that the individual board of commissioner members will probably weigh in a little bit more intimately than I would say that the zoning ordinance committee did, only because they live with these spot churches throughout the whole township, and they may have some more to say. So I think it's worthwhile putting on a list of recommendations for us to look at a little further and understand whether that's something that should be done. Okay?
Kathy, did you have another question?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay, cool. No, that's cool. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to talk over you. The 10-foot setback required in a 160 to 300 foot
The offset.
offset, sorry. Is that based on anything in particular, or is it just an arbitrary idea?
Currently, within our ordinance, we have required offsets of either 3 foot or 5 foot.
Right.
I think as a committee, we just didn't think that was adequate. I think we were looking at a little bit more of an aesthetic break, and maybe somebody else has something more to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be larger because community service buildings are the ones that you typically see being the more bulky, and that's our intention, and having the offset and having a significant offset. So that'll especially help things where buildings are in Main Street districts and where you want it to fit in more with the surrounding area. So it'll reduce things such as large hospitals in perceived scope due to that offset.
And I really think, Don, that the thinking behind this was, any of the parking garages that are built within the community service district affiliated with the hospitals were just that elongated front wall built along your major thoroughfare that, other than some windows and doors, aesthetically, they're a wall.
Yeah, okay, point taken, thanks. All right, I'm all set. Any other comments? All right, I think let's go to the next
From the
section.
public.
Apologize. Any comments or questions from the public or visitors? Yes, we're all set. Why don't we go ahead to Main Street District?
So we're going to move on to the Main Street districts. This is going to get into, this is probably one or two of the big major changes that have been made into the zoning ordinance. And as I said in the beginning, the Main Street districts are primarily our small commercial districts. Formerly, they were our town commercial TC district, special commercial SC district, and the mixed use district. And you will find, and we'll go through the maps, that these areas concentrate themselves neighborhood centers like in Ardsley, in McKinley, and up and down Easton Road. Many of these areas have Main Street plans. Roslyn has a revitalization plan. McKinley now has a revitalization plan. Keswick has had one for years. And most of these small commercial areas are slammed up against residential districts and also closely resemble in the way that the property sizes and how they're connected to the neighborhoods have much more of a residential scale to them. In the Main Street District, we looked at subcategories in the Main Street District because one size doesn't fit all, but we wanted to have a general classification, and we did that in the way we created some common standards, but then we also picked apart those common standards or added to those common standards based on some of the specific areas in the township, and those found themselves in what we labeled as intensity uses or intensity districts. So we have a Main Street L, which is a low intensity. We have a Main Street H, which is a high intensity, and then for our two, what we designated as our village center areas, Roslyn and Keswick, we have our Main Street VC, which is our village center district. The factors that went into creating these sub-districts dealt with existing uses, traffic patterns, traffic counts, relationship to either residential neighborhoods and or large commercial districts, and what I said before, size of properties. So we're going to talk about our MSH districts first. You're going to see this slide twice because, as you can see, there's two different things here. But we have our Main Street high intensity, or MSH. This is Mount Carmel Avenue running through here. Edge Hill is right up here. And going further down, Easton Road is down this way. There are train tracks that run along this back end here. These properties on this side, which is the south side of Mount Carmel, and are currently zoned mixed use, would be rezoned to this MSH district. For now, let's not cover the MSL. We'll deal with that in future slides. We have a series of MSH districts in the northern section of Easton Road and Old York Road up near the Willow Grove Mall. So this big red section, which you'll see quite often this evening, is Willow Grove Park Mall. You have your MSH district along here, which is primarily where the trolley stop location is. This portion in the northern section of Easton Road, which is where the car dealerships and the roofing supply, rosin supply, and Northwest Electric. And then you have the whole northern section of Old York Road from the Edge Hill Bridge here north to the township line.
Moreland Road.
To Moreland Road. We have another section of MSH, this section here, which is this is the Rydell Way, or what used to be the Rydell Park, which is owned by Rydell Park. The library is in this blue section, and then this is Noble Town Center down in here, and the Noble train station is down here. The northern section of this area up to Rydell Way, where there's a bank along here. You have the old Saturn dealership and the synagogue are in this location. This would become MSH. It would be taken out of the PB district, the planned business district. So I'm going to go through the uses. We're going to compare, and there are some exceptions to this rule, but for the MSH district, we're going to compare that to the SC district, which is our special commercial district, because the properties that were changed to MSH are more closely resemble the old special commercial properties. So we'll use that as our baseline. So once again, you'll see here, anything in black is an existing use and is remaining. Anything in red is a new use, and anything red that's crossed out is a existing use that's allowable, but that is being removed. So you can see quickly here some of the highlights in this. You'll see in most of the Main Street districts we're allowing for a nursery, the hotel. We're allowing for parking garages in the MSH district, a commercial parking garage. We have added in some services, automotive services that are already existing in some of these properties that were not allowable prior. We have a bed and breakfast ability, and we've added our farmers market indoor use. Some of the additional uses as we get into the commercial areas and then also into our industrial. We've eliminated some of the industrial uses like an assembly plant, distribution center, and lumberyard. We also got rid of the warehouse storage facility and our wholesale facility. We added a community center. We added the designated group home, which is something that we have to find locations for as per state law. We added our library and museum. We added a life care facility, and we put in a place of worship, the Class 3, the larger of the place of worships uses into this category. And we also added a transit facility, like a bus depot, or like a bus depot. And then laboratory and testing for patients. And then we keep going. You'll see here we have some more office uses, the office campus use, professional office. We allow for, this is an amusement arcade, and then an art gallery as a new use to the zoning ordinance. These two uses here, G11 and G12, studio artist and studio dance and fitness. Those are like yoga studios or karate studios. Those are new uses to the new zoning ordinance. And we have added in some residential uses, the apartment condo building, boarding house, once again, is something that's mandated, and then some of these other residential uses, townhouses, twins, and villages, because being so close to residential properties, the opportunity the opportunity is out there for property owners to see the possibilities in changing their properties from commercial to residential. I'm sorry?
Class 3.
It's the smallest use. Okay. I got it backwards. We go into our accessory uses. Once again, you'll see the same designations. We have our adult and child daycares. Those are accessory uses only to a place of worship. We've added car share, and you'll see that common throughout through these commercial districts that we're talking about today. Daycare facilities for family and group are accessory uses. Dining facility shows up again. We eliminated a drive-through facility. We added in the mandated home non-impact home-based businesses. Outdoor dining now becomes an accessory use to try to entice restaurateurs to use the public spaces a little bit more. We have residential accessory uses as that goes along with the added residential uses, and then swimming pools and tennis courts, once again, going along with the residential uses. We went through the special exception exception uses for the Main Street District, the MSH, and you'll see there's quite a few here that have been taken out of the special exception. All three of the classes for a place of worship. We've taken out a dry cleaner on site, and the difference between that and the C10 use, C10 is a dry cleaner drop-off where you're really just taking your clothes. There's no actual cleaning going on there. Dry cleaning on site allows for the ability to actually do the cleaning on site. We've taken that out of the special exception. This is where the convenience store, which was taken out of an allowable use, it was put into a special exception use. We have a movie theater small, which is something that we've heard quite often, is to try to open up more areas for the potential of a movie theater. And remember, if we talk about the use regulations, we split that up into two separate types of uses, that G7A and G7B, which is a movie theater multiplex. And you'll see in most of these Main Street districts, we allow for that small movie theater. In our conditional uses, we have two of them now. The amusement park has been taken out altogether, and the movie theaters have been taken out of conditional use and put into the special exception. So the only two you have is the telecom tower and the schools. Unfortunately, this did not come out that great.
Michael.
Unfortunately, I underestimated how these would come out, but I'll try to go through them in some detail. So on the left, this column here is the SC district, current SC district, and then you have the MSH district. The green area, so we're going to start in this location. This is unfortunate. So with the permitted residential,
Slide 44.
so in the top area you have lot area. The lot area for the SC district was 10,000 square feet.
Yes.
In the MSH district, which was the Main Street, there's two classes for dimensional requirements. Class 1, which is 15,000 square feet, and Class 3, which is 30,000 square feet. In the density calculations, which is above, the SC district currently allowed for no residential, and when you get into the MSH district, the density calculation is 10 units per acre. And for the twin dwelling unit, if that was what somebody chose to do, that would have 8 dwelling units per acre. So we've now added a density calculation. In the lot area, we went from 10,000 square feet, and in the Class 1, we go to 15,000 square feet, and in Class 2, we go to 30,000 square feet. And those classes are primarily determined by their square footage. Oh, that's perfect.
Steve?
Yeah.
Steve? Sorry, Don. Could you clarify the difference between Class 1 and Class 2?
The classes are based on the size of the property. So if you're 15,000 to 30,000, you're a Class 1 property.
Okay,
If
so
you're
that's the-
30,000 or above, you're a Class 2. So that's where the actual class comes into play.
And we broke them down into use intensities. So for the larger uses, such as the drugstores, things which might have more of an impact, we called them Class 2. And we went through each and every use and designated them as Class 1 or 2 based on the amount of parking they might require, the amount of traffic they might generate, and so forth.
Right. Our next line deals with permitted residential uses. For twins and multifamily dwellings, you need to have a minimum of 7,500 square feet per unit on the property. For twins, you need to have 3,750 square feet of property per unit. We go to lot width. There's a 100-foot lot width here. And then there's that remains the same for Class 1, and Class 2 goes to 150. Lot depth is 100 feet, and I think in the new regulations, we actually don't designate the lot depth.
Correct.
It's not a regulated dimensional aspect of the new zoning. The green area goes from 20% in the Class 1, you now have to have 25% green area, and in Class 2, you have 35% green area. For residential use, except multifamily, that green area goes to 55%. And for multifamily use, that green area goes to 10%. The building maximum separation currently is 30 feet. We reduce that down to 20 feet. And then for the next regulation, building size, it's not applicable. There's not really a building size regulation under the SC district. The large building on lot must have at least 50% of its front facade located on the Build 2 zone, and you'll see that in the next section. Instead of having front yard setbacks, we now move into what we described in the last meeting for the Build 2 zone and Build 2 lines. So Build 2 lines for the SC district, as I said, they don't exist, and we moved into having there's a minimum of 15 feet and a maximum of 25 feet. And then if the MS districts allow for the street wall possibility, which we also discussed in our definitions and use regulations. If there's a street wall, you can have a setback of 70 feet.
Sorry, Steve, can you clarify what you mean by street wall?
So the idea along in most of the commercial districts, specifically our smaller commercial districts, is to encourage pedestrian traffic. And by doing that, we want to encourage that the buildings be closer to the pedestrian traffic than the actual cars and parking. If a property owner or if a redevelopment puts the building within the Build 2 zone, you therefore have the buildings closer. If that's not possible and there is a redevelopment of a building that's set back already, they have the ability to put in a street wall which has that separation between the pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk and the parking traffic, and gives a better corridor view than just seeing cars parked.
Okay, cool. So you mean an actual physical wall?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be an opaque wall. Like we were talking about
a physical structure as opposed to a conceptual.
A physical
edge of the
structure,
building.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, one good example that is new is the way the Wawa was built down on Old York Road. That would be considered a suitable street wall with the combination brick piers and fencing.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and we stipulate that it has to be a low decorative fence or wall with specifications for what decorative means with landscaping on the street side.
Thank you.
You have a picture of that in the BC zone, maybe? Okay.
We do, yeah.
Okay.
So it's in the zoning ordinance, and
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. You'll find that in the table of figures too.
Is there a range of heights for that wall?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, let me see. I'm just pulling up the exact text here so I don't misquote it, but. It's approximately 30 inches high, so about 2.5 feet high.
Page 32.
But there is flexibility given. There's a range. Let's see, I believe it's 24 to 30. Is it the street wall height?
Seems low.
Yeah, well, it's intentionally low to be sort of not so much of a barrier, but as an informal definition between the street and the property. So that also helps the pedestrian feel a little more protected, and it also screens headlights, which are low.
Yeah. It's also, I mean, remember, we don't want to make it too high where it actually visually impairs the business
Sure, no, I
or the
understand.
commercial property or building that's beyond it. So.
But you want it high enough to block the headlights.
We want it high enough to block the headlights. We also want it high enough that it becomes more of an element than the actual cars themselves.
Actually, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong height. It's 36 to 42 inches, so it's a little bit higher.
I feel better about that.
So 3 to 3.5 feet.
We'll move on to the next slide, which is page 23. I'll go through this relatively quickly. We have the yard setbacks, and as I mentioned, the front yard setbacks is not applicable in the new district. And we have side yard setbacks going from 20 feet in the SC district. In Class 1, it's 15 feet. In Class 2, it's 30 feet. Rear yard setback is 25 feet. In Class 1, it gets reduced slightly to 20 feet. And in the Class 2, it goes up to 35 feet. We have specific setbacks when a property abuts a residential property. In the SC district, it was 20 feet as a setback. We now increase that. In the Class 1, it becomes 40 feet, and in Class 2, it actually becomes 55 feet. So we do create greater separation between the residential properties and the commercial. And remember, that's a building setback. Trash enclosures now are regulated, and they have to be 20 feet away from any abutting residential zone property. Building coverage, the maximum building coverage in the SC district was 40%. We changed the regulations in there. They're not applicable. In that sense, we do have, how do we,
NA, not applicable. So.
right. And then we go on to building footprint. Neither of those were regulated. We have a facade height of 20 feet, minimum facade height of 20 feet, and that's to give some continuity in the properties along these commercial districts. And then we also designate percentages for window area, as we discussed in our definitions and use regulations. That's the percentage of windows to overall facade. And we have for the ground floor 45%, upper stories have to be 25%, and then street-facing facades above 12 feet have to be 25%. We have some parking regulations. Parking from street wall and landscaping has to be 6 feet. So from the street wall, you have to have that buffer, and then you can start picking up the parking. Minimum width of parking distance.
Steve, sorry, in the book, you're talking 5 feet, unless I'm misreading something.
I'm sorry, it is 5 feet.
Okay.
It's printed here pretty small, sorry. Maximum width parking between principal building and side lot is 70 feet. Parking setback from abutting residential has to be at least 20 feet. And most of that 20 feet along the residential you'll see in the MS district is taken up by the new landscape buffer requirements. And then we have a minimum width for street access is 35 feet. Do you want me to take questions on that now, or do you want me to move on and do the rest of the MS district?
No, I think that was quite a bit of stuff. Let's just see if there's comments.
Okay.
Do you have any questions or comments coming out of this?
The 20-foot facade height, that basically is pointing you in the direction of a two-story building. Is that your intention?
That's correct. Good.
Yeah, it doesn't require a two-story building, and we did consider that as a requirement, but it was felt that was overly restrictive, so we went with the 20-foot minimum facade height instead.
Is that it? Sorry.
Yeah, so some of the uses may not usually be done as a two-story building, or some of the permitted uses, so that's complicating it a little bit.
So, well, it provides greater flexibility in case somebody does want to have a one-story building, although it's true that it does require it to be 20 feet high. Is that what you were saying?
Well, some of the uses, maybe I'm not correct on things like convenience stores or whatever. Well, the convenience store was taken out, wasn't it, out of that use?
It's permitted by special exception.
Right.
So if you had a convenience store, you would associate that with a one-story building,
True.
and the 20-foot height makes it a two-story building.
Although you wouldn't, I understand what you're saying. It creates the perception of being closer to a little bit closer to a two-story building. I mean, typically, maybe with a two-story building, you'd know better than me, but probably 25 to 30 height would be the height for a two-story building. However, there are a lot of convenience stores that do have attractive design treatments, and they do have pitched roofs or what have you. And so even though they're one story, they do, Wawa, whatever, create the appearance of having 1.5 stories or 2 stories.
Is that any point on the facade kind of thing, or is it an average height, or is it a?
Yeah,
Are we going to have a, sort of the Philadelphia top out at 20 feet flat effect?
I'm sorry.
How is that ascertained when you're?
how is it calculated?
Is it calculated?
Is it average? Is it the highest point?
Oh, well, we have the new definition of building height, and that is to the midpoint of the roof, correct?
Yeah, the median point of the roof.
Median point of the
It's
roof.
average grade. What we've done is convert it to the same definition that's within your building code. That way the two are consistent. It's average grade to the median point of the roof for any type of slope or pitched roof, and then average grade to the lowest level of the parapet for a flat roof, and then, of course, there's all the exceptions that are in there for height exceptions that allow for parapets, water tanks, elevator, staircase towers, and the like.
Well, I think we should differentiate a little bit here. Mark described exactly what building height has changed to. We're talking about facade height here, and you also notice that there is a definition on what the front facade would be, and that is usually classified from the lowest point of the building or the lowest point along grade to either the eave line or the top of a parapet wall.
Okay.
I think that answers your question more.
Yeah,
and to go back to
that
some of
allows
the
a little
original,
more- yeah, that allows a little more flexibility.
from an architectural standpoint, or from a commercial corridor standpoint, we felt that a little bit more in the building height would allow for greater elements to be designed within the buildings and create a more substantial commercial setup, as opposed to smaller, lower buildings that would be more construed as residential buildings. We still want to maintain that. The 20 feet still maintains somewhat of that residential scale, but we wanted to also give some differentiation between what is commercial corridor space and what is residential. So I think that's the reason some of the elements were put in as far as the building height or the facade height was concerned.
Okay,
So
thanks.
basically, you couldn't do the Starbucks or the Village Cleaners or a lot of those older buildings that are along. They're probably only about 15 feet max. Flat.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that we're having this conversation, one of the things that might be worth looking into is maybe looking at a percentage of the building has to be at a certain height,
Yeah, I think
as
so.
opposed to the entire facade.
Yeah, that would be better.
So, you going to put that? You want to label that, Mark?
Already.
I see that.
What are the minimum window area requirements?
What are the? I'm sorry.
Minimum window area?
So what we did was, in order to create a sense of a commercial space, we wanted to make sure that these buildings couldn't just build blank walls. And
What is the number?
oh, I'm sorry.
It's not,
40
if I'm looking at page 50 in the report, there are no numbers in there.
Yeah, there is. The next section is the fifth line down. 45%. It says ground. That's actually a title, and then the sections, the little boxes below it for
Yeah, I got it.
ground floor, medium.
Okay, I see. All right.
Okay.
This refers.
All right,
This
okay.
isn't, depending on the situation, it's not real clear.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
That just from a reading standpoint, we may want to indent those 3 categories so it becomes apparent that it's part
it's
of.
already been noted. Yeah, good idea.
We're slow, so.
We're slower.
Any other questions or comments, guys, from this end? From the community? All right, why don't we go into business center?
Wait,
Oh, I'm sorry.
did you go over the VC?
This is only the MSH. We're going to do the MSL next, and then we're going to do the MSBC.
Okay, that's what, yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
Ms. Lehman?
Okay, so it is unfortunate that that one page was unreadable, because that is actually, really the crux of an awful lot of what the changes are that people need to know what you're doing. I'm not sure how you could fix this, but possibly insert, in the middle of the presentation, when you air this at least, a proper readable copy of this. I couldn't follow any of what you were discussing because it's unreadable. So, and I know it wasn't done on purpose, but it's pretty crucial. So, the main issues here that I take issue with happen to be all in these pages, where you are taking commercial areas where for years and years and years, commercial property owners and intelligent business owners have decided that they want to put commercial on those properties, and you are going to allow them, you're adding in the use of the residential areas in many places. And then my concern is the incentivizing, as was done in Baderwood, which is you can't build anymore unless you build residential. So those are my concerns, and I can't see here whether some of those conditions are going to come into play in these particular things, in the full written ordinance. So as the Baderwood was written, where you have a mixed-use section with apartment, condo buildings, boarding houses, and townhouse dwelling units, are some of these going to be required, or how does that play into this?
There's no requirement for residential in the MS district. It's an allowable use. It's allowable as part of a mixed-use building, but it is not a requirement.
Okay, all right, so that's a good thing. The second thing is, obviously, again, the building up to the street, which I believe 99% of Abington residents are probably opposed to. Walk down the middle of Jenkintown sometime and see what it's like being that close to all the traffic. How do we get the people reading this to reflect what the people, I think if you put a petition out right now in Abington, drive down Valley Road, and you see all the new development that's brought up to the sidewalk. Then you go down to Rydell East, Rydell West, the office buildings past that, with the further setbacks. And those are beautiful. There's green there to clean the air, there's green there to absorb water, and there is a beauty to it. And by sitting back from the road, you get to see more of the sky, even though you have higher units there. So where do we think that we have some incentive to pull everything up when you're supposed to be representing the people in this township, and I don't think the people in this township want to be urbanized in that manner. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is how did we decide that pulling everything up was a great idea? To make it walkable, nobody wants to walk along those busy routes. As I said, how many people do you see walking along Jenkintown? They're all pulled up right to the sidewalk, and it's treacherous to walk along there. Those businesses actually suffer because that's like that, and people can't pull in and pull off. So how do we address that?
So I'm going to, Ms. Lehman has brought this up several times in some of our meetings and in some of our actual Board of Commissioners meetings, and it's something that the Zoning Ordinance Committee did not do lightly. I think this is a good time to step back a second and understand just exactly what a zoning ordinance draft is. not only is it a land use regulation, but it is also a policy decision for the township. It's a policy decision that you're getting to review. It's also a policy decision that the Board of Commissioners is going to have to evaluate. And that policy decision, I'm answering her first question about the mixture of uses and expanding the uses for the properties. It's a policy decision for the board and for the township in general to make a determination as to whether we need to do something to revitalize or to have the potential for revitalization of our commercial districts. And in analyzing that, the Zoning Ordinance Committee decided through our education from MCPC, our own readings and our own experiences, that a greater expanded, well thought of mixture of uses for properties in both our small and our large commercial districts is something that we think is worthwhile for the township. It affords property owners greater ability to invest in their properties. We feel it gives property owners greater ability to utilize their properties on multiple time schedules, multiple levels, and would hopefully, and has been seen in other locations, a tool for properties being maintained and commercial areas becoming more vibrant than they may be now. So I think it also becomes and we don't talk about this necessarily in land use, but it also becomes a tax issue also. We have talked about this many times, and it's been thrown around that the township is 98% built out. So the only way to achieve greater tax revenue from our commercial districts without burdening our residential districts or our residential property owners is to find a way responsibly to allow for greater expansion of our commercial properties and hopefully bring in a larger share of commercial revenue, commercial tax revenue, and reduce or not burden residential property owners as much in the future. So I think that's more of the global policy decisions. To go to her comment about bringing properties or buildings up close to the property lines, I think our understanding and our thoughts were that the closer, we felt that if you have controls, you have design requirements, and you bring properties closer, we feel that that actually promotes greater pedestrian traffic. It creates a better connection to the pedestrian than a pedestrian walking on a sidewalk, having to transverse through a parking lot and get to their destination. I'll give you one example that's in an MS district on the eastern, in Roslyn, around, what is that, Woodland Road, where the runaround is, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, Woodland Road. There's that shopping center, and if you're walking along that parking lot, that pedestrian traffic, the township has spent money in doing some work to the sidewalks as far as brick paving, some of the lighting and things. But the property owner, the pedestrian still needs to cut through a vast expanse of parking. When I say vast, I'm talking about it in relative terms as to where you are. It's not as
3 rows of parking.
yeah, but I mean, it's not as vast as you would see at Baderwood Shopping Center, but we're still talking about the same scales. But in relative terms, it's still a vast expanse. And we felt that in future development in some of these more intimate commercial districts, and even in our BC district, because we'll talk about the same thing, we felt that bringing some of the buildings up closer, and we're not requiring all the building to be up closer, we're requiring about 50% of the building to be brought up closer, that would promote a better pedestrian experience than the traditional suburban development of seeing parking fields in front of uses.
The build to air zone is from property line back, not from edge of street.
It's from property line, correct. We can't regulate to the street.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have the property lines which are actually set back from street edge already.
Well, no, actually, it is from the curb line. That's where it's measured.
Oh,
The
okay.
built-to line, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So you're 15 to 25 foot area unless you use a street wall, basically.
That's right.
Okay, so you have some flexibility in doing that. I would disagree personally with the edge of building versus the setback in all cases in a suburban environment. But to each his own.
You would, I'm sorry, what was
I
that?
would disagree with Ms. Lehman's comment with Jenkintown. I think there are other issues that drive that, but
So I think I've addressed, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I addressed the philosophy that was put into place among the members of the Zoning Ordinance Committee and the conversations that we had over the period of time. But this was a conscious decision, and I would tell you that personally I stand by the decision. I do think it would be a better scenario for the township going forward.
I have a question, and this is sort of with respect to the build-to line. How do we ensure, or how do we control, so that we don't end up with something like Jenkintown, but rather end up with something like Chestnut Hill, which are two distinctly, they're both where the buildings are all very close to the property line. However, one seems to work and the other does not. How do we ensure that we get, in this ordinance, how do we ensure that we get more like a Chestnut Hill type development rather than a Jenkintown development?
So you'll see further down in the presentation, we do talk about design standards, but I'll step ahead a second. There are a listing of design standards, and I'll name a few of them. Use of masonry like brickstone or something similar, gables, porches, canopies, bays, things like that. And you have to incorporate some of those elements in the facade design, which will create some level of design as opposed to just a blank wall.
For example, if you had a canopy, obviously the end of the canopy would be at the property line, and then therefore the building would have to be set back some distance. I mean, I can see that. Rather than you can't have a canopy out over the sidewalk.
No, but the canopy, remember, you're talking about a 15-foot minimum, and what is it, 25 feet maximum for the build-to zone? So if you put the building at 15 feet and you have a canopy, the canopy can actually overhang that 15-foot build-to minimum line.
So the build-to line would be 15 feet back from the property line?
From the curb line.
From the curb line.
Yeah, that was my mistake.
So, and if I could just interject, you just brought up exactly what makes the difference. What makes the difference is, in Abington, we are not going to have 2 rows of parking like Chestnut Hill has, where you actually have a row of cars, the parking, that's protecting you from the traffic in the street. And so when you're walking on the sidewalk, there's a car. You're not walking right next to traffic. And that's the difference. In Jenkintown, you are walking right next to traffic, and all up York Road, it would be the same. And so that is a concern, and that's why it doesn't work in this particular area, in my opinion. Secondly, I wanted just quickly to address, and then I'll sit down, the issue of the fact that we need to keep building to acquire greater tax revenue. This has never been presented properly, and in fact, a group of us took, the actual tax revenue is never presented, what you would get if you did it this way and what you would get if you did it that way. And a group of us took a developer's approach to a development, I forget how many units it was, 246 units, I think it was, and he had presented that it would be $1 million plus to the township. And we broke it down, and it actually was not. They were sending out of 246 units something like 9 children to the schools, okay? And of course, that was fantasy. And then many of the other figures were fantasy, and when you actually looked at it, it was a great loss, and the township would have done better to leave the property exactly empty, the way it was. So growth does not always happen by overbuilding. In fact, the opposite happens. You bring on more costs. When you put in the Wawa, for instance, when you talked about how much the Wawa would bring you when you put it in, nobody accounted for what it cost for all the road work and the signs and the traffic and all the engineering and the crosswalks, everything else that accommodated that Wawa going in. That's just
for clarification, all that was done part of the land development. So all the crosswalks, intersection changes, and that would be typical with any other type of development project along the lines of Wawa. Those were all borne by the developer.
The residents in the land development phase never saw the figures for all of those particular things, including all of the traffic studies and the PennDOT studies and everything else.
They were the developers' costs.
I'm sorry?
They're the developers' costs, not the town's.
Yeah, well, some of them are taxpayer costs, because
they're
the
not.
taxpayers were doing some of the
That's
road
not part of this
work that was-
presentation anyway.
well,
Yeah, it's not true. Anyhow, so let me
he asked about
respond.
that,
Let me
and that
respond
was
to
the
a couple
answer
things.
we were given.
Okay.
That
There are no specific. I mean, we're not calculating any of our ideas as far as the zoning is concerned into specific dollar amounts or anything along those lines. I have no idea the calculations that Ms. Lehman is talking about related to, and I think she's talking about Beta Ridge Shopping Center, and I'm not going to get into those conversations. But it is a plain fact that by maintaining vibrant commercial areas, allowing for businesses to succeed, and potentially giving property owners greater flexibility in their properties will maintain their occupancy, will maintain their employment, will maintain the potential for greater property values, and all of those would equate to some revenue increases to the township. I want to emphasize one thing. It was not our primary goal was to raise revenue. It is a tertiary or a secondary effect of some of the ideas that we have in the zoning. The main objective is to really make sure that our commercial districts, which have struggled certainly in the recent past, but to help them out, to create some fabric or some regulations that help them to move forward.
on the backs of the people with foreclosed homes who also need to be helped out. So in other words, it isn't...
These are all comments. These are all comments that are just not based in any kind of reality or based in any kind of facts. I mean, we're talking about a philosophy here. We're talking about a policy decision.
For a second, guys, can we stop bickering, please? We're end of our comments. Thank you.
I have one thing to add, if I may, and I apologize to you. For anyone that did have issues reading the slides with the dimensional criteria on it, for those of you that have books in front of you, it's page 49 and 50 in the proposed draft. If anybody does not have a book in front of them, again, it's available to you online at abington.org, and it would still be page 49 and 50.
Right. I think in the presentation, if it's possible, to do a blow-up similar to what you were doing there as a detailed page would be a tremendous help.
It looked good on my computer.
Yeah, I can well understand. I've run into that before.
I apologize. I actually thought it was going to come up better than it did. So.
Well, and some of it's my fault, because I did ask for it to be sent to me. 2 slides per sheet.
We'll yell at Mark.
So,
It's his fault.
Okay.
All right. The point.
the old married couple. Your fault.
It would be interesting to know if there is good precedent. Mr. Narkowitz can give us some idea for these transitions from what is now at Old York Road and Easton Road, and whether, if you do make these changes that encourage street fronts and street walls, is it realistic in these areas to expect that it would have a change, and over what period of time? Or do those tools better apply to something like just the village center, like a Keswick, where some of that is already in place, if you know what I mean?
I think the object here, Ashley, was to have the tools available in the event that properties are proposed for redevelopment.
Right.
To ask a committee what the projected build-out is, or how many years we think it'll take to implement this. I don't own a crystal ball, sir. I have no idea. I will tell you that traditionally over the 20-plus years I've been with the township, the hue and cry from the development end has been that the commercial corridors are just not deep enough. Right. On the other side of that, from the residential side, the abutting neighbors has always been, hold the line. We do not want to make the commercial districts any deeper. We don't want to encroach any farther into the neighborhoods than we already are.
Right.
So from my end of it, and I'm not the county planning commission, I'm just telling you from my end, it made a lot of sense to try to accommodate the two. One of the aesthetic things that you see along Old York Road as you drive down is a parking lot. And 75 feet deep into the property, the building facade starts. And if you get around the back of the building, I got a 10 or 12 foot wide alleyway where the dumpster's stored and the pallets are stacked up because that's where their deliveries come in. The idea from my end, sir, was to try to pull the buildings farther forward.
Right.
Try to create more vehicular traffic behind the building. Use the parking lot as more of a buffer. Increase the landscape buffering requirements between the commercial district and the residential district.
Right.
Add in some different elements for the berms and the fencing and the landscaping, and try to offer a little bit of relief to everybody involved. You're catering to the residential districts in that we didn't increase the districts and move them farther back into the residents, but in the same breath, we're trying to buffer the residents or provide greater buffering to the residents by allowing these parking lots and beefing up basically, the activity that's going to go on behind the building is less intense than what goes on back there now. Right now, it's delivery, storage, and it's out of sight, it's out of mind. I think we'll get a better maintenance end on the backside of these buildings if the parking lot is there and it's seen. And from my end, that's where I think I was.
Is it expected that you would have to aggregate a number of properties along the street in order to be able to actually reasonably do?
Well, I think you're seeing that now. And I mean,
Okay.
it started a few years ago. If you guys remember, many of you that are on this board were here with the DJS building on Old York Road. You know, he had the opportunity to accumulate 4 separate properties along Old York Road that were all contiguous. Took down a hodgepodge of what amounted to 5 different buildings and build one new building there with ample off-site parking, with ingress and egress, not off of Old York Road, but off of the side streets. And from a township's perspective, I mean, it's a professional office building, but aesthetically, I think it ended up, from this board's perspective, to be a very pleasing building. So I think you're seeing that.
Right.
There was a proposal yesterday that was given to the Environment or Economic Development Committee of someone else along Old York Road in the same 1600 block that's now accumulated 4 separate properties that came in with a proposal. If that moves forward, it'll eventually be in front of a zoning hearing board or a planning commission, depending on how the plan wops out. But you're starting to see movement along there.
Right.
And there's no timeline for how long this might take to cause the Main Street districts to transition into the form that we envision. But I know some areas this is being implemented, such as in Lower Merion. So Bryn Mawr, Haverford, they're clearly implementing these types of design standards. And it's definitely in transition where it's not going to happen overnight, but you see new uses being developed, restaurants, banks, and so forth, and the parking's to the rear, and there's a decorative street wall, and already in those places you feel like the pedestrian's more respected, like it'd be a nicer place to take a walk, like it would be safer, and like the design has a better character. So as you drive down the street, you don't see car bumpers and lights shining in your face, but you see landscaping and interesting architectural features.
I can also tell you, collectively, I think as a group, what we took into consideration, I know it was discussed when we were a much larger committee member, or a committee putting this thing together. 2 of the things that I think we spent an ample amount of time with were some of the recommendations from the Old York Road Carter study, and also exactly what the township had already designated as its goals and objectives as part of the comprehensive plan. And I think we took those 2 advisory documents, because that's what I consider both of them to be.
And I'm sorry, Mark, I'm going to add in there, also revitalization plans, as we mentioned before. In most of these areas of small commercial districts, there are revitalization plans.
But a lot of that went into our direction when this text was put together. So it wasn't a blind leap by 4 or 5 individuals. I mean, collectively, and many of you were involved in those groups, you know, in the very beginning, we were 23, 24 people strong. But towards the end, it whittled down as an editorial group. But the reality of it is that's where everything was based.
I think to end this conversation, I think the the bottom line from the zoning ordinance committee's deliberation over these, and you'll also see it in the BC district, the business center district, is that we realized that, or we came to the determination that the current structure of these zoning districts did not work, or we felt did not work. Right. And we felt something needed to be done, and this is our proposed solution. And we think it's a good solution. It's one we're presenting. It's certainly not without edits or changes, but we think this is a solution that achieves the goals of the township in numerous documents that have been created.
I just have one really quick question for Mike. Mike, would you say what Abington is proposing is consistent with the state planning, the Keystone Principles, DVRPC, Montgomery County's initiatives, and their new comp plan? I know it's consistent with the local stuff, but I just want to quickly ask you
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it's part of a general trend in planning to restore a sense of place, preserve community character, make places walkable, and make them be interesting places, with a real quality to them that makes people want to spend time in. And
I'll
not
take
just
that as a yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, why don't we move on to the BC district?
Well, we're going to move on to the Main Street Low. We'll try you're going to see some of the similar things, so we'll try to get through this a little bit quicker. But I'm going to go through the map. The map changes, or the map designations for the MSL, which is our low-intensity areas. You have the area along Shady Lane and Huntington Pike. This red portion here is the Huntington Valley Shopping Center, and you have this small patch of what used to be mixed use, correct, Mark?
Hollywood, yeah.
The Hollywood section that'll now become Main Street low intensity, and that's just before you get into Roxborough. Rockledge, excuse me.
Just expanded.
That's okay.
So that's a big laugh over there. You also have a section of township line down near the hospital that is MSL, a hodgepodge of small buildings in that area. You have additional MSL districts in that section of the township. You have the McKinley section, which is around where the firehouse is and the emergency service, or the second alarmers, and then the other section, which is which goes through Township Line Road. Joe's Market, the McKinley Tavern, that area.
Yeah, it's Elkins Park Prime Meats.
Okay.
Joe's Market's over and over.
Joe's, that's right.
Let's not go there.
Apologize.
I love Joe's.
That's okay.
Then you have the Ardsley area that changes to MSL. You have the Ardsley, that small area. Now this is appropriate.
Where Joe's
Market.
is, there we go.
And then the area where the VFW is, there's an apartment complex here.
It's a
condo system. And then you also have, what's his name, Massino's and the gas station.
It runs along the railroad right away,
Right.
yep.
Canadian pizza.
You've seen this map before, and we revisit it because the northern section of Mount Carmel Avenue between Mount Carmel and Lime Kiln, currently zoned mixed use, this portion of this area would go to MSL, our low intensity. Remember, the differentiation between here is in the MSH area is up against the train tracks.
And
then you have, I'm sorry.
Just a quick note, I did coordinate with the Cheltenham planner and pointed out that we are moving towards more of a mixed-use zoning in that area, and Cheltenham did have some industrial zoning up against that, and in thinking about it and considering what we're doing here in Abington too, they've decided to move more towards a mixed-use character for their zoning that's abutting, so it's consistent.
Cool. And then a small section as you get over Edge Hill going down towards the train tracks.
That's Pembroke Park area. If you see that
This is all
light
Pembroke
green
Park.
area.
Yep. Then you have another section of MSL on Easton Road. As you come up to Edge Hill, you have the Dunkin' Donuts, the Burger King, and then some of the other commercial areas where the Dairy Queen is here. This is the Mount Vernon Apartments, and then you also have Copper Beach, which is right in here. You have a myriad of MSL zoned areas. In the Willow Grove area, Mad Max is up in here. This is that condo section here. You have the section up along here, which is just east of the dollar store on Moreland Road. You have the section between the car dealerships and Willow Grove Park Mall. this section here, and you have a small area here that connects Hamilton. You have where it connects the MSH district where the car dealerships back into the Crestmont train station. You have another section of MSL, the only MSL district on Old York Road, which is the southern end of the Noble Fairway. This is Noble Fairway area. The Noble train station is train tracks and train station are right in this location. This is where the Starbucks is, the former Wawa, and then TD Bank and the shopping center that's up there. So getting to the uses, you're going to see some similar things here as the MSH. I'm not going to go through each individual thing.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Why that last section, MSL with the TD Bank, et cetera, the little shopping center would seem to be a little higher density than...
No, actually, it's currently right now Zone TC, Town Commercial, which was one of our premises. If you take a look at the uses that are there, since they're all individual uses, it isn't a run of shared, there's no shared parking complexes, there's no shopping center design element, they're individual uses. We thought it best to put it in MSL.
We also saw it as a bit of a transition into the Jenkintown area that has smaller properties as opposed to using the MSH designation, which tends to favor the larger of the small commercial districts. So we felt that it was a better transition into the Jenkintown area, or out of the Jenkintown area, depending on which way you're traveling.
Just one last point, so that the Planning Commission is aware, I guess the neighbors as well. There was also a lot of discussion with these MSHs, Ls, and not so much the VC, but with the individual commissioners of those wards to make sure they were comfortable with the uses and the zoning that were going in there.
So going back to the use regulations, you'll see some things here have been taken out. You'll see them designated later on in whether they're conditional uses or special exceptions. Not a whole lot of changes on this slide from what is already existing, but you'll see some things that are added, bed and breakfast, the nursery, as I mentioned. Some things that are taken out and they're consistent with the idea of the MSL, which is a little bit lesser intensity. We've taken out automotive services. The convenience store has been taken out.
Special exception.
Special exception, but it's been taken out as a permitted use, as an allowable use by right. So we've taken out some of the more intensive uses and put them into either greater regulations or taken them out altogether. More allowable uses. We've added some of our normal things, the group homes and art galleries that we've added in. We've added the ability to put in offices. We go back to our studios and artist studios and dance and fitness centers. We also have our place of worships. And then once again, we add back in, or we start to add in residential uses. In our accessory uses, very similar to the MSH, with very few changes or very few differences between the MSH and the MSL. So I'll skip through that for now. You have your special exception uses. You see some of the larger, more intensive uses have been taken out. Building materials, auto sales, supermarket and grocery, being that they're not necessarily in keeping with the smaller or less intense commercial districts, and adding in a myriad of things that we think would fit in a better way, and then you'll see our convenience store gets put into a special exception for greater scrutiny. And conditional uses, very similar to the MSH, except in here we've taken the service station out as an allowable use that was in MSH, and we moved it into a conditional use. I'm just going to run through some of the differences here between the MSL and the MSH, or the MSL. And this we are making a comparison between the low intensity to the mixed use districts, because they more closely resemble what our previous mixed use districts used to be. We have very similar changes here in lot area. We also have the same thing. We have class designations on the MSL. with the 10,000 square feet and 20,000 square feet. Oh, I have it.
Here,
I
you can see this.
Okay. Well, I want to see the comparison. I got it. So in the density calculations for the Class 1, you have Class 1 or Class 2 over here. You have a 10 dwelling units per acre, which is the same as the MSH. And then for the H10 twin dwelling unit, it goes down to 8 dwelling units per acre. You have a lot of these are very similar. You have the Class 1 and Class 2 designations, instead of being 15 and 30,000 square feet, is now 10 and 20,000 square feet. You have the same calculations for dwelling units, residential dwelling units, and the required property space that's needed. Lot width, you have 100 feet and 50 feet for residential. And then you have 150 feet in the Class 2. We go into green area. Currently have 45 square feet.
45, yeah,
45%, excuse me.
for a single-family
For
dwelling.
a single-family dwelling and 25% for apartments and non-residential. In the MSL, we cap that in a medium of 35%. Then we have 55% for residential uses only. And then multifamily goes to 25% for green area. Minimum separation, we have now 20 feet, which is similar to the MSH. And then we have building size, the largest building on the lot, must have at 50% of the front facade located in a build-to zone. Once again, back to that same conversation that we had in the MSH district. Same requirements for build-to zone, minimum and maximum of 15 and 20 feet respectively. And then the 70 feet, same as the MSH district, for the property or for buildings that are off of the curb line that aren't in the built-to zone and use a street wall.
I'm slow, or like I said before, or I'm missing something on this page. I don't see what I understand that that's a hidden, the M is not going to be in here, but. Okay, we just seem to be flipping around from piece to piece, and I'm a little bit.
I'm not actually following that.
Right.
We pulled out specific things to go through here.
Okay.
So,
All right.
now we're on page 38. Happened to my page.
Slide 38, not page 38 in your zoning
yeah, slide
ordinance,
38.
folks. I'm sorry.
Yard setbacks. Why do I keep looking at the wrong one? Right. So we have yard setbacks for front 10 feet or 0 feet for sharing of a party wall. For the front yard setbacks. I got to get rid of some of these pages here.
There you go.
38.
Yeah, we're at the
slide.
top of page 38.
This slide. Yeah. Which is,
Okay, in the booklet that you guys have, it's the lower slide on page 19.
Yeah, and it's page 49.
page 49.
No, on the, in the
In here,
handout.
it's page 19.
Yes.
Oh, in the handout. Gotcha.
We have similar regulations where we start to designate rear setbacks from residential properties. We have building setbacks of a minimum of 40 feet where it used to be 20 feet. And then for any kind of outdoor trash storage, it goes from, it does regulate a 20-foot instead of being able to be within the accessory use setbacks. We go into our building coverage and building maximum footprint. Right now, there's a 40% to 45% building coverage. We eliminate that requirement in the MSL, and we designate it by the actual maximum footprint of the building. Facade heights, parking requirements start to regulate the size of the building, and we just designate an impervious coverage. And then you also have your parking widths in the lower section. You have your window areas. Once again, we talk about window areas. In this situation, the window percentages are slightly less than they were in the MSH district. And I think that covers a lot of the same concepts, just slightly smaller numbers in the MSL district.
And less intense uses.
And less intense uses. Take questions on that?
No, I like a lot of the things that got pulled out of those areas.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
I'll repeat that. Mr. Marquardt said he likes the items that we've reduced from the
Oh,
the list of
So many
choices.
times in a development or in these hearings, you have that they're pulled out as weapons, we could put this in
Right.
there, and you're like, well, go for it, but.
I mean, I think you'll see that
They've
there's
eliminated
slight-
ammo.
slight modifications in the allowable uses and some of the questionable uses. When I say questionable, in whether they fit within these low intense or high intensity areas. If we had some questions as to whether we put greater scrutiny on those by either designating them as special exceptions or conditional uses. Because I was chairing the committee, I tended to want to throw more things into the zoning hearing board's lap as opposed to the Board of Commissioners, just because, I'd rather do that. As I get dirty looks from the zoning hearing board. No, but I mean, I think you'll see that when we wanted greater scrutiny, we designated things either as a special exception or conditional use, if we were unsure as to how they should be regulated or set in these use categories. So I'll take questions on the MSL if you want, or I can move on to the VC district.
Guys, okay? Ashley? Okay.
Audience?
Yeah, I know, I haven't got there yet. Anybody from the public, folks?
Okay.
I think let's go ahead.
So we'll move into our, why not? You got me not working here?
Let me see here.
I'm looking for 39.
Slide master. Okay.
Steve, you don't have the clicker?
It's not working.
looks like
Michael must have done
39.
something to it.
Yeah, I probably did something. Let me get down there to 39.
No, the light's still working.
It's, should be set on view slide master. I don't see a slide show option. F5. F5? Okay. Shift F5.
There you go. Okay. So we'll move into the VC district. There's only two locations of the village center. You have your Keswick area, Keswick Village location. Keswick Theater is right in here, and this is the Glenside Weldon site. And then you have the Roslyn area, which straddles Susquehanna Road and takes you down into where you hit Woodland. And most of this village center district in Roslyn is covered in the Roslyn revitalization plan or Main Street plan.
That's currently split zone between mixed use and town commercial.
Right.
Now, that goes up the hill towards Little Garden Center that's above Gennardi's or whatever, giant. Right.
You are correct.
It does include that, yes.
That blue section that you see down right, yeah, there.
Yeah, this is Bradfield right here.
Right.
Okay, so that's the current Giant store that
Oh,
you
I'm
see
sorry,
there.
so the bottom right is actually up Easton Road.
This is Easton Road right here.
Yeah, okay, never mind, that was over one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bradfield is actually straight on from
Yeah,
Easton
okay,
Road.
gotcha. All right. Cool.
It's the cemetery, that blue section, I'm sorry.
So in the VC district, you'll see that there's similar regulations as the others. We've added in some other things. One, because they currently already exist, like shopping centers and supermarkets, where they may not, but most of those will be eliminated because of the size of the properties. So they're currently staying in there because, so that we can continue to regulate existing uses. The village center, we put back the hotel and motel, figuring that in some of these locations, more specifically the Keswick area, that maybe a small boutique hotel would be a good location, or that would be a good location for a small boutique hotel.
Great idea.
We go into some of these districts, once again, very similar ideas as we saw in the others, in the other districts. And once again, you see the incorporation of residential zoning. However, in some of the TC districts that the VC districts closely resemble in the current zoning, the H1 apartment building and the H3 boarding house is already an existing allowable use. I'm going to skip over this quickly. Accessory uses are pretty much the same as you've seen throughout the whole Main Street district. You get to your special exceptions, once again, very similar as you've seen in others. Whereas supermarket and grocery was a special exception, it's now moved into an allowable use. And that's primarily because they already exist in certain locations, actually in both VC districts. You do have supermarket uses or grocery uses. And then, once again, very similar conditional uses in the VC district. You have a telecom tower, service station, and schools. Cut through the dimensional changes. The density calculations are basically the same as they have been in the others. Lot areas, you go from 10,000 square feet in the Roslyn VC district to 3,000 square feet in the on Keswick Avenue. Just Keswick Avenue, not the Easton Road portion of the Glenside VC district. You have similar requirements for residential density as far as using twins or multifamily and twin or multifamily buildings. You have similar lot requirements. You have lot width. The existing TC district requires 50 feet. We maintain that in the VC district, except we reduce that for the Keswick Avenue. We'll see some specific dimensional changes in just the Keswick Avenue area because we do have existing buildings to work within, and we wanted to make sure that we could keep those within some kind of conformity of the new zoning. We talk about green areas, 20% green area minimum. You have 55% for residential uses, except the multifamily, and then when you get to multifamily, you have a 10% green area. You have building separation the same. You have building size, and its relationship to the build-to zone is basically the same. You have build-to zones, which are the same, 15 feet to 25 feet, and the maximum distance from a curb line if you don't have the building within the build-to zone of 70 feet. The rest of these dimensional requirements, as you'll see, are very similar to some of the others. We do reduce some of those, considering that the size of properties change in the VC district as opposed to the MSL and MSH. We have specific ground floor designations. If you go to sheet 47 or slide 47, in the center you have a ground floor designation of 45%. The lowest portion of the window must be at least 2 feet above grade. Highest portion must not exceed 8 feet. And once again, that's to maintain the human scale. It's also to maintain more of a smaller pedestrian scale, as you would see, as we want to try to designate these village center areas with a little bit more architectural regulations and designations. And then similar parking requirements. And that primarily covers the VC district. As I said, one of the main things you'll see in the VC district is some greater consideration for the Keswick Avenue area, and some of the more closely resembling some of the revitalization plans that have been done both in Roslyn and Keswick.
It's okay. Should open it back up.
I do have a couple questions on the VC. One was on page 49, this matrix in the existing ordinance. Is permitted residential uses for the VC 75,000, because it's left blank. I don't know if that was just a typo or if it's supposed to be like 5,000, or I don't know. It does say for permitted residential use type C use matrix.
I'm sorry, where are you looking,
okay, page
Kathy?
49, under VC, about the fourth line.
Oh, I see. Where it
Permitted, lot area minimum, permitted, it's blank. Is that because of the note or the comment?
I think that's simply supposed to carry all the way over.
So
Yeah.
75,
The 75, yeah.
okay.
Formatting.
It should be 75, because
Okay.
if you were able to see the slide, and we've covered this before, that you can't see the slide, it does say 7,500 square feet.
Okay, but in the draft I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regarding this chart, I think it would be good to either footnote the Class 1 and Class 2 by definition, maybe on the bottom, so, somebody that's using it will clearly know what it's based on the lot sizes.
Okay.
I think that would be really helpful. And then there was one other thing. The accessory A11 drive-through. On page 40 of the comprehensive plan, in section 1007, design, A, drive-throughs, it says, in the MSVC Main Street District, drive-throughs are permitted for banks only. And I know they're permitted by, that's drive-ins or drive-throughs are permitted by special exception in all three of these Main Street districts according to the matrix. So I didn't know if we should put, permitted by special exception for banks only, or I'm not sure what we're trying to get at
I'll
there.
let Michael handle that one.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I
It's
mean,
kinda
just,
picky,
it
but-
just needs to be consistent throughout. So in the next version of the draft, that'll be something I'll be looking at to ensure that it is.
Funny you say that, because he actually sent me an email yesterday
okay.
about that very thing.
Because I know Keswick does have the one bank building with a drive-through, but, for pedestrian orientation, and if we do allow it, make sure that we have
Yeah.
standards for it. Okay.
It's actually funny you say that, but like I said, Michael sent me an email about something, about that
Okay.
consistency issue, just yesterday, when we were going through the slides.
And then as far as the matrix in the draft, maybe each one could have its own separate page, so it's a little more clear, I don't know, instead of the long matrix, but I don't really have a problem with it as is. Just for MSH, maybe that'd be one page, and then
Right.
Instead of having a combined
I don't
use
really,
matrix, right?
either way's fine.
I think it's nice to be able to see them together, though.
In a way, yeah.
Well, the question is, if you think about it from a usability standpoint, we have a project going into some place and you flip open to look.
Right.
Now you've got this whole thing, which over 5 years is going to get torn apart. You really only want a piece, So there's just a thought.
I mean, for our purposes, I think
Yeah.
this is good,
It's
but
designated
maybe the
by-
final thing, if you're in the MS zone,
We'll be
have
retired
those
by then.
regs, yeah.
Steve,
Another-
municipal complex, town center? Why would that be allowable use?
Municipal complex? We've added that in almost every district, only because of the flexibility of having some presence if there's required needs for a community, for something related to the township functions.
I mean, like a small out parcel police station, single truck firehouse type of thing? Or
No, actually, I
Those
think,
would be under emergency services
yeah,
anyway.
the fire would be emergency services. I think we were thinking more along the lines of like Roslyn Branch Library. We've also been approached by one other commissioner about setting up possibly a satellite library, smallish, on the eastern side of the township. So that came into it there. And then I'll be really honest with you. I'm not really sure exactly where PAL was looking to possibly do their building. They have two sites that they've been looking at, and one of which was actually in a VC district.
I think it's a
You'll
great
see that
idea.
one of the commonalities between a lot of these commercial districts and some of the changes we've seen in uses are two things, that municipal complex use and also the community center use.
I think municipal complex, I think here.
Yeah, but I think that the dimensional criteria
Well,
limit it to such a smaller scale that something along this nature would never fit there.
It also allows possibly a little more stability than commercial use over time, because you're not subject to year-to-year economic factors. The reason we were going through Jenkintown the other day, which I realize is not Abington, but in thinking that it's too bad that they don't move some municipal uses into that front strip in a sense, because there would then be some, activity and stability in the buildings that are along there as a possibility. And it just seems, interspersed, and there's always been talk about in old malls moving municipal stuff in, which is not what we're talking about, but that the use, it's kind of a bridge use in some ways. All right. Any questions from the public?
I am, again, at a little disadvantage without seeing the chart. So one thing I heard was something about 55% green space with a regular home or a townhome and 10% with a multifamily.
Correct.
What was that? What was the first one?
55 was for like twins, twin dwelling units, and the 10% would be for multifamily.
So why would a multifamily have less green space?
It anticipates the need for greater parking requirements.
Okay.
So,
It's a higher density zone to begin with.
I'm sorry?
The intent is this is a higher density zone to begin with.
Okay, so maybe, maybe higher density, but one of the problems we have is that we don't have, a fairness in property owners taking on their share of the absorption and the green space and so on. And the more of those that you allow to have something as little as 10% green space, and, you're concreting over when you get down that low. I believe that's too low, and I'd like to see that be considered at least for something higher. And nobody should be allowed to have 10% green space while everybody else is required to keep a lot more green space. So they need more parking, they might need to have less building. Okay, so it's part of our responsibility together. The other thing that I'm looking at is the hotel motel inn by right. That's a concern. I've worked with residents before where in this particular case, if none of these areas backed up against residential, that might not be a problem. But hotel motel inn is definitely a transient, and you don't know where they're from, you don't know who they are. It's not like a professional thing that normally, brings in local people. Even a municipal complex, which can be noisy, and, that's a concern too. But at least they're almost always local people. But the transient nature of hotels and motels is something that you wouldn't want next to residences. So I would certainly like to see that be by special exception, or with, some severe, with conditions. In other words, it would be nice to have it, but let's make sure that the residents who are affected have a right to weigh in.
If I understood correctly, I think this goes back to the comment about municipal things, the dimensional restrictions on the available lots and these districts would preclude something like, say, Hampton Inn. So we're really not talking about something of that scale.
I also would say
something like a Hampton Inn is a huge we're not looking at that.
Yeah, and I would say
we're looking at a sort of a supportive step above a bed and breakfast.
Right, in response to municipal complexes, as an example here, very little activity after 5 o'clock at a municipal complex. So I don't know that that's the issue. As far as hotels and motels, it is an understandable fact, or it is an understandable concern that Ms. Lehman is bringing up. Unfortunately, the desire to have any kind of regulation for hotels and motels in any part of the township, any commercial area in the township abuts residential. I can't think of any location that does not, any commercial space that does not regulate or does not sit abutting some type of residential property. A lot of our conversations around the hospital, Penn State, Manor College, even Arcadia, things along those lines, the market studies that were done during the Old York Road Corridor study, all of those lead to there is a market for a hotel in Abington Township or in this area, and quite possibly even for 2 hotels. So I think we wanted to open that up as a potential commercial driver for certain areas.
I think there's some benefit, you might think, it occurs to me as we discuss it, that there's more recording and control of the visitors to a facility like that as opposed to, say, Keswick Tavern or, where that's very transient on an hour-to-hour basis.
Right.
Much lower number of people that are recorded. They're there for specific use. So, we can understand that concern.
Yeah, there are other problems, as I'm sure you can imagine, that come up with hotels and motels. And I've worked with people, as I said, that have had those kinds of problems, and they're dramatic when your home is right nearby and you have children. So when we're talking about abutting them to something, right now would be the time to just say, we want the right to say that maybe that would be great over here, but it's not going to be great down there. So, just saying there's a market for it, and therefore...
No, it's true. I think there's room for that discussion during the preliminary planning processes and zoning processes as well. Mark, maybe we can sidestep this for a second and just make a note in there to review the...
It's already done.
Restrictions. Okay.
It's note number 8 for the
restrictions
night.
in
Once hotel, motel use as conditional use or special
Right. So
exception,
we
not by
establish more
right.
control and appropriateness to the area. Okay.
Believe me, I just
I
do
thought so.
my notes.
Magic fingers. Thank you.
That's
Okay, thank you.
only 4 of them, but 5 actually. Count the 2.
Okay. I think we're good.
We're going to quickly go through the next, the last section of the Main Street District.
Time?
Steve, can you hold on just a minute?
I don't know how much longer you have, but
Weeks.
with the 2-hour mark, it might be.
Okay, why don't we
Let's try to get through the bonus, and then we'll switch over. We'll take a break, and then we can move into the...
Only because when my video gets to over 3 hours, it becomes a lot harder to process without taking at least a 5-minute break.
Understood. Okay. So I'm going to let Michael go through the bonus system that's been set up for the Main Street District. Some of the information he'll go through is also relative to the BC District.
Okay, so I'll just give a brief overview of why we're introducing a bonus in the first place. Bonuses are used increasingly, and I believe they are used in your current Fairway Transit District. And so we did introduce them to the MS and the BC. It provides flexibility, but allows the township to provide an array of things that they'd like to see, but feel like they can't really require because that would be a little too overbearing. So it gives the developer a chance to decide which of those bonus options to choose, and then it makes the developer do a little something extra. So that helps the township. So the applicant is not required to qualify for a bonus. That's the key point. So it's optional. And if an applicant decides to pursue the bonus, it has to meet the criteria from the list. And some of the things that are offered to the developer include eliminated or reduced side yards, increased height, depending on the location, increased density. And some of the things the developer might get in return, some of the things the developer might provide would be sustainability features, pedestrian amenities, shared parking, public parking, things that the township would like to see. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, and then in the design standards, the Main Street districts share a lot of the same design requirements, but the Main Street VC district, the Village Center district, has the strongest design requirements as they apply to Roslyn and Keswick. The MSH accommodates more intense development than the MSL, which has more of, MSL has a bit more of a low intensity, a bit more of a residential character. Okay, so there are some minimal design requirements that we felt that every development should meet. And then above that, there's some flexible design requirements where we give developers more options, but we suggest many things that we we would like to see. So with the critical design components, we want a front door to face the street. So you want a community to be walkable, you want it to have character, you want the front door on the street, and you want it enhanced with some sort of architectural treatment. So there is one, and in some cases two, architectural features that you need to enhance your front door with. With roofs, we have standards so that HVAC, utilities, and other rooftop equipment are screened, and roofs have different options. They can be pitched, they can have a parapet, they can have a projecting cornice, and then when they're closer to residential districts, so that these buildings fit in more with the residential areas nearby, they need to have pitched roofs. The street wall, land developments are encouraged to locate parking to the side or rear, but in the Main Street districts, you can still have the parking located in the front if you want to. But what you need to do then is screen it with the fence or wall. They actually have different heights. I was talking earlier about the wall and the fence. The fence is allowed to be a little bit higher, the wall lower. The wall is closer to 2.5 feet, the fence closer to 3.5 feet. And in addition to that, you have landscaping, and then you have to share your parking too. Trash, storage, tanks, and loading have to be located to the rear. Windows is also one of the essential design components. So we have a minimum window area so that you have more of a sense of community. You provide for more window shopping opportunities. You have more eyes on the street so people can see the people walking by in the street. It's a safer community. And that's a little bit higher in the MSVC and H, where you have a little bit more of a retail component, lower in the MSL, where you might have more of a residential or office component. Parking garages have to be screened, and those located in MSVC and Keswick that take access from Easton or Keswick roads shall either be set back so they don't dominate the streetscape, or they should have a retail use on the ground floor so they don't disrupt that retail environment. Multi-building lots, we have provisions to make sure the development's walkable, connected to, and contributes to the surrounding business district. Reasonable amount of development is going to be built to the street. At least 50% of that building has to be in the build-to zone. Curb cuts will be limited in size, makes it safer for pedestrians, and street furniture is required. So then with the flexible components, you have more of a list, and so you provide options, including gables, porches, bays, use of masonry like brick or stone, awnings, a horizontal offset of 3 feet. And the applicants can choose from that list, and as long as they provide 2 or in some cases 3 features, then they're okay and they meet the requirements.
So that ends our presentation on the Main Street District. We could take questions if there's any further questions regarding the 2 items that Michael just talked about, which was the bonus system and the design standards. And then I guess we should take a break for what Nathan was talking about.
Quick question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just on some of these elements, such as awnings or offsets, is the only one that I've seen that has a dimensional requirement. But say cornices or bays or any projection kind of thing, are there any dimensional requirements attached to those anywhere?
We don't have that now. Could be something to consider. So we can add that to our review notes.
Well, yeah. I run into this all the time. Okay, thanks. Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, for the building facades on page 43 of the draft zoning ordinance under H1, it says for the VC, you need at least 4 of the design features listed below on its front facade. Now, I got a little confused as to, on the following pages, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like so it would be out of like these 16 or so, if you do at least 4 of those, then what happens? You have to do that, right?
Yes.
You have to, okay. And then for the bonus, under O on page 46, you can reduce or eliminate the side yards or reduce a little bit of the required open space. A, B, and C, which one is VC for that one? I'm sorry, page 46O under bonuses 1. A, B, C have MSH, MSH, and MSL.
Yes, and actually, I believe that, well, you have Class 1, you have Class 2, and then with MSL, you have Class 1 and 2.
The answer to your question is VC is not included in that.
Okay, so VC, you couldn't
Doesn't-
get a bonus, or,
That's right.
Okay.
The side yard bonus is not available in the VC district.
okay, but you could do it for the reduction of open, or of green area, correct?
Yeah, well,
Under number two.
that's a general bonus area.
Okay, and then the street furniture, would that be included with like bus stop shelters, or is that something that's optional for them to pick and not get a bonus for? I was just looking up at the bonus points and seeing like which two, like green roof, do we want to add any solar panels or historic resource reuse or adaptive reuse or anything like that? Possibly as a bonus.
There's a little bit more options in
The BC.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so in there's also more greening options. So I think solar array, provision of a solar array on the roof
Right.
is one of those.
Yeah. Do we not want to give bonuses in these areas? Because they are costly. They can be.
We don't. We actually talked about that in the zoning in the committee about including renewable energy bonuses, and I think that was something that we kept out of the bonus system and something that could just be incorporated. There is a new section in the zoning
Right.
ordinance related to renewable and green energy regulations. So I think we didn't have that as part of the bonus system.
Okay, then, yeah, it's just some of these were somewhat similar, like shared vehicular access, shared parking, public parking. You know, a lot dealt with parking, which I think is good. I just don't know if they should get separate points.
I think one of the main problems, and everybody has experienced it, especially perfect example. Well, two good examples is. The northern section of Easton Road and also the northern section of Old York Road is the amount of curb cuts. And in order to take advantage of two things, one is to reduce curb cuts and have shared access would be great for traffic, would be great for pedestrian access, for pedestrian uses, or for pedestrian traffic also. And then also considering the mixture of uses and the greater amount of uses that somebody can incorporate into property, it would be nice to see more shared parking so that we could take advantage of some of the building spaces. So I think that's why we have them separated.
Okay.
For two different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, because of the liability issue, that and is one reason why they don't want to always do it, but this gives them, I guess,
Understood.
more incentive.
Once again, it's not a requirement.
Right, but I mean, it's a good way of getting them.
It happens now in some cases where there already are shared
Yeah,
parking issues.
yeah.
So.
Okay, that's it for me.
Comments from the public? Ms. Lehman?
Okay, so a whole bunch of pet peeves all in a row. So the incentives that you're offering to get things like shared parking means that you have somebody who's actually allowed to add a little extra parking more than what they have because they're sharing parking over here, and so one's using it one time. We don't know where the parking is. We'll drive around like we do in the city looking for the parking. It's somewhere. Right now, we drive up and each business is required to have the number of parking spaces for their business. But when you have shared parking, that business can expand and the parking spaces can be shared with somebody else. So that's not something that most people are thrilled about. And
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
how does that-
Have you ever been to a shopping center? Where do you park?
well, that's a different situation.
No, it's not, it's shared parking.
Well,
The
are
Keswick
you
Center is
suggesting that they're going to, that if somebody's in a shopping center, they're going to earn bonus points for having shared parking because of
No,
the
I'm
parking?
suggesting that a situation that you already have that exists on Easton Road, and I'm talking about the Roslyn area, where you enter on the, what would be the northern side of the building, and there is a run of 4 stores that are all individually owned.
Right.
And you exit on the north side of the, or the south side of the property. That's a shared parking complex. Now granted, you have to park behind the building, and you have to walk around to get in the front. But under this setup that you have now, or what's proposed here, you would have both. You'd have entrances out front, you very well could have entrances to the rear. I'm just telling you that shared parking already exists in Abington, and it's really not an issue.
Well, it's an issue when you start giving people more, in other words, when you increase the heights of buildings, for instance, you didn't increase the area that they were allowed for parking. So what you did is you said, okay, you can have shared parking with other lots. And in some, I understand in a shopping center this is different. In some cases, you can bring up some cases where this is different. But in some cases, for instance, we just saw this with Trinity and the funeral home, with Trinity Church and the funeral home, where they're now going to have some shared parking, which they've had some sense of for a while. But because of the shared parking, they can do different things with their buildings. Okay? That's the concern. So you may have a certain limit with your building based on the amount of parking you have. Now when you have shared parking, you can increase the number of units coming to your building and the use of your building. So what we're doing is we're increasing that, which is not necessarily a bonus for the people of Abington, and the bonus that we're giving them for doing that, which isn't a bonus, the bonus that we're giving them is we're allowing them to reduce or eliminate their side yards. In other words, concreting over again, okay? Reducing their green space requirement. This is nuts in a township where green space is a problem already, and where, when I talked to you before about the cost of things, where you say this is revenue to the township, but if we look at the I&I, the inflow and, what is it? Inflow and whatever, infiltration and inflow that's coming into the sewer system, we are spending millions to take that out so that people can grow, so that businesses can be added.
Mr. Marquardt, can I just jump in here for a second?
Mr. Klein, please don't interrupt me, because you asked me not to interrupt you. Let me just finish this thought so that it can be complete.
Hang on 1 second. If you could
let me just finish this thought, and I'll say this. Let me finish the thought.
The reason I'm interrupting, there is a purpose for the interruption. I want to make sure
Your purpose is so people don't understand this, but they need to understand the cost is millions and millions that our townships are paying to take out the I&I so that further growth and development can take place.
There are other provisions being made for water control.
But what I'm saying is, in this particular room, you're taking away the natural water.
It depends on the benefit that you're getting out of it. You can reduce the amount of total parking necessary if you can share, for example. You can reduce the total amount of parking that may be required if you add all those adjacent businesses together, if they're shared, because they could be by different times of day, et cetera. So there's potential benefit there.
The benefit is for the property owner who's allowed to increase the use of his property. And that's...
I believe your point.
Yeah. So the problem is that we're doing something that costs us a lot of money, and we're not acknowledging that. Thank you.
Mr. Klein, thank you.
I think it's a fair point to mention that Ms. Lehman's comments talk about a whole bunch of things that are unrelated, and she tries to tie them all together. There are some connections between as Mr. Marquardt had talked about, where shared parking does reduce the parking requirements for uses and allows for reduction of parking, which has been a greater issue in the township, where some uses or some proposals for development have actually gone down or have not gone through to any kind of approval process because they just can't meet the parking requirements. They either come to the zoning hearing board or they just don't pursue it anymore. The shared parking ability allows for those mixture of uses to have some of those offsetted schedules that might be beneficial. I think it's also fair to understand that the cost of INI and all the things that Ms. Lehman talks about are, she would like to have direct connections between these things. Unfortunately, there are not direct connections, and she is only speaking for her own opinions. We could sit here and come up with scenarios from every scope of the world and come up with some that are good, some that are bad. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this proposed zoning ordinance, or any proposed zoning ordinance for that matter, is 100% proof that everything that's going to come of it is going to be perfect and is going to be completely 100% beneficial to the township. We can't think of every scenario. We believe that the changes in the zoning ordinance give the township a greater sense of control. We believe that the changes in the zoning ordinance in these commercial districts give property owners and the township a greater chance of expansion, of more viable uses and a more vibrant community. Plain and simple. So I reject some of the comments, and I also take some exception to her classifying that there's this vast amount of objections to these ideas when, and she claims to be talking about everybody being against this. I would prefer that the record show that it's her that's against this, and I understand, and there are some of the things that she talks about that are worth looking at, but I don't want to get the impression that this is a large group of people.
I appreciate your comments, and it can be read either way. But I think let's take a break at this point.
That's fine.
5 minutes? And
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.